for the Board of Education budget meeting. So if I could ask everybody to stand for the pledge of allegiance. Pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Chris Buckman.
Here.
Brandon Earl.
Here.
Andrea Kreifels.
Here.
Jason Newberry.
Here.
Deanna Garver.
Here.
Tom Henning.
Here.
Pat Zika.
Okay, the next thing we have is the adoption of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as presented.
I'll second.
A motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Recognition of patrons and staff on this. Okay, and the one single item on our agenda is the 2022-23 budget amendment.
Yes, this is fairly cut and dry. We had 170 districts across the state that ended up having to republish at the end of this year, based off of some Medicaid dollars that were not expected. It's the first year they've done it this way, and so the KSD has recommended all those districts to republish to grab those extra dollars, and so that was put out to the community for 10 days, as is required by statute. And so is this particular meeting is to be set up for any questions on that or any, obviously we didn't have any patrons set up, but are required to have a budget hearing to listen to any thoughts on that.
Any thoughts or questions on that? These are at-risk dollar, correct?
That is correct.
That's where they need to be spent.
It's a common thing that happened this year, so a lot of boards doing this right now.
Okay. It is a discussion item, but do you need us to take action on it? or
It'll
just-
be during the meeting.
Okay.
The meeting to follow.
Okay.
We just set aside 15 minutes in case we needed it.
Anybody? If not, we're gonna go ahead and adjourn and then we'll get back into the other meeting, at 6:15.
Yes.
Is that all right? Okay, we're adjourned.
It's one of those things you never know, so you kind of have to set it up, so. Apologize for the wait.
That's all right.
Yeah, of course.
Is that set, can I just put my computer up, cause I have a couple links?
Oh, sure.
Is that okay, or will that mess with things? Nope, check my
Yeah.
And those two pygmies are tougher. They're scared of each other. I mean, they wouldn't bark.
Now it's time for the meeting.
Good. Okay. Gonna go ahead and call the meeting to order, and if I could ask everybody to please stand for the pledge of allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Chris Buckman.
Here.
Brandon Earl.
Here.
Andrea Kreifel.
Here.
Jason Newberry.
Here.
Deanna Garver.
Here.
Tom Henning.
Here.
Pat Zika.
Next item is the adoption of the agenda.
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda presented.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Recognition of patrons and staff. Adam, have anybody sign up to talk?
Not to see.
Okay, moving on. First discussion item. STEM summer camp.
Yes, Vanessa Sawyer is here to talk
Ready?
district STEM, yes.
Okay.
Good.
Alright. I'm Vanessa Sawyer. I teach fourth grade at Eisenhower, and this is my son. We wore our matching shirts, just embarrassing. He helped me kind of put together our robotics team. We put together an elementary robotics team and went to the Cowley robotics competition, and he's kind of the reason that I've gotten into all of this, because he just kind of needs, his mind just works a little bit different. So to challenge those kids that learn a little different, we kind of got into this. Then last fall, I can't remember when, that Jen emailed me and said there's a program that K-State's doing. Why don't you put your name in and see what comes of it? So I emailed this program and put our name in, and then went twice to Salina to the K-State campus and had 2 6-hour training days to learn all about the equipment and the behind the scenes and the software and everything. But it's run through K-State, and it's called the LEAPS program, and so I'll kind of explain their kind of the background of everything. Their goal is to get rural communities involved in STEM, science, technology, robotics, and to keep kids in Kansas. So that's their big drive. So they were able to get funding through the Department of Defense, and it was almost $3 million for a 3-year basically program that they have. So this is year 2 of the 3 years. So somebody already asked when we do our Zoom meetings, when the teacher said, "Can I sign up already for next year?" And the guy was like, "Well, we'll put it back out." So last year they said they had 23 schools sign up. This year they had 45. So every morning when we get on our Zoom call, there's 45 schools from all over the state that are involved in this. They've kind of touched on it with the kids a little bit, but with the adults, they really got into grants and programs that kids can do, and showing the kids that, like, you can be a farmer, you can work from home and run a drone to survey fields and figure out where your droughts are and your just all of the parts of farming, and work from home, but work from your computer and help the farmers. So the whole idea is to keep kids in Kansas, working from wherever they want. If they want to stay, I'm from Western Kansas. So if I would have wanted to stay in Jetmore, which is way out, there's not a whole lot out there, I could have worked from my computer and helped farmers all over the state. So the project is Learning Exploration Application for Prospective Engineering Students. They really wanted us to hit on middle school and high school students. They said really the youngest coming in that they want us to use is 5th grade. They said incoming 5th grade is the youngest all the way up through high school because of the level of math. So we have half of our kids are incoming 5th graders. So it's pretty crazy that many of the elementary kids wanted to jump into it. And then we have no high schoolers. The oldest we have is an incoming 8th grader. So there's been some of the math that we watch the video together, and then we solve the math together on the whiteboard, and then they go into the coding. So the whole point of this is to just encourage the middle school and high school students to kind of get into it, and then hope to further their education with this. Really just introduce them. It's been really cool because we got to interview, just last week, we interviewed a teacher from K-State, so he's a computer science instructor, and so he kind of talked about what he does, and then the kids just peppered him with questions. So they have a little chat box that pops up, and the questions are just constantly coming through. And it got into video games, and so he was like, yeah, I can teach you how to program video games, all the different elements of video games. And then a lot of those kids like perked up and really started listening. There's also, we brought some of the equipment that we use. So this is the robot. This one's finished. The students are about 25% of the way through this one today. Last week was computer science. This week is robotics and AI. And then next week is aviation and drones. So we got 10 of these robots. We'll get we have 10 drones. And then we got this VR headset. And so the cool thing about the program is our schools get to keep this stuff. So like this will be housed at Eisenhower because I've gone through all the training. But like encouraging other teachers to sign up for this to try to get, it's ended up being, for just one teacher, over $3,000 of equipment. So it's pretty crazy, but then that's kind of their perk in you teach it, you get to keep the equipment and continue using it in your classroom. So the kids are building this right now, and then they'll code it and train it to run some different tasks at the end of the week, and then the headset, and then the drone. Sorry, Brad. So we got to interview the software developer, and he's out of Alaska, and so he popped on Thursday and talked all about how to develop software for VR. And so he kind of talked all about it, and he showed some examples, and it is, like, I know the AI and this kind of learning is on its way. Like, we won't see it in rural Kansas for a while, but he said it's on its way to where high school students will be able to learn how to fly an airplane through this. And we're going to pick on somebody and hook somebody up into this and then mirror it up onto the screen. When you get into it, you actually have hands when you're in there. So when you're in the cockpit, you're checking your gauges, you're moving the yoke, you're doing everything as you fly an airplane. We've strapped my 5-year-old into it because she had to try it, and there's a drawing game in there, and so she'll stand and she'll write her name, and so she can see it, and it's this big black area, and she'll write her name, and then she'll walk over to a different part of our living room, and then she'll write something else. And so it's just, I can't imagine like teaching a kindergarten class and saying, okay, you're gonna go work on writing your alphabet, but it's all gonna be virtual, and you can kind of walk around and do different things like that. So just some kind of cool aspects to it. So the first week was computer science. We used a program called Scratch, and it's all block coding. So this doesn't actually get into like the text, the HTML coding. They're just simple blocks, and each block represents a line of code, and so they connect it and they do different things. For time's sake, they had the codes like preset, and so then the kids could go in and change them to get them to do different things. We took a virtual tour of K-State's supercomputer, and we were able to interview a guy that kind of took us through, and he explained how everything ran, how much processing it has, and it was crazy to think about what those computers can do. We took a virtual tour of a weather station that's stationed out of K-State, and then the students had to plant virtual wheat. So they had to plant wheat, and so you have this little screen, and you put in your code, and the first version it was just like simple lines, and so you started the program and your wheat just started planting across your screen, and then eventually they got it to where using the weather station we figured out the highs and lows and the average, and then how our temperatures would affect actual wheat. And so then they add in what they call costumes, and so the kids had to change the costumes and try to get the wheat to plant. I'm not a farmer, so I had to jump on and say, I don't know the depth to plant wheat, and I don't know when we need to plant it. And the guy was like, no, these are really good questions. So it was super cool this first week. Last week was the first full week, and then today we started. So this is what coding the wheat would look like. So they would maybe get this simple of a code, and then they want the students to be able to work at their pace. So they would watch a video, and they'd watch maybe 15 seconds of a video, and then go in and add more blocks or change the blocks. But this was the last day. So this was they finally figured out, okay, when it gets hard enough, I've got to pair up with somebody and work together, because trying to figure all that out on your own kind of got a little overwhelming. I've got a couple videos of some students. This student, one of the first days you had to program a stoplight, and he figured out how to program the stoplight and then also teach about the safety of driving, which was kind of funny because he's only an incoming 7th grader, so he just had to use his knowledge of it. This student programmed a song, and so this was our very first challenge. And then this concept of programming a song using like a musical scale, this student then found another song, found the music sheet online, and then coded his computer to sing a completely different song. So we'll watch these really quick if I can get there we go. I don't know if my sound.
I decided to do the hard way because I always do the hardest stuff in every single way. All my parents and math teacher would say that. And so I decided to make the stoplights, since they're too easy, I want to make it challenging. So it's going to say, if you want me to be able to turn it on, then you will click yes.
Okay, go ahead and run it.
Like this. For example, it says, do you want me on? If you want it on, you type in yes. And it's green light, so you can just keep going if you want.
So that's his voice he's programmed into it.
Slow down or what car nothing happened to it. Stop. It's red light. We gotta wait, patient, okay? So you this is it tells you to wait and like for your turn to be patient. So it's green light, so people don't keep going if you want.
So he was pretty excited. He figured out how to get it to record his voice. And he's one of those kids that when you walk behind him, you think he's messing around, but he has figured out the next step that you haven't even gotten to yet. And so he figured out how to put in text box and his voice, and the red light one, he set it to just stop and be patient. He was like, I don't know what happened, but it like skipped my voice. So he was pretty excited. Then this was one of the first challenges to code a song with a sheet of music.
I covered the first part of Ode to Joy. Perfect.
And then this, I can't remember what song he ended up.
So I made Mary Had a Little Lamb
Maybe.
with the notes that I learned yesterday on the computer. I just coded in all of the notes on the piano. Here's what it sounds like.
So they were pretty proud of it. I told
The hard way.
Gavin down the corner that did Mary Had a Little Lamb, I told him, I was like, why didn't you find like a song you know on the radio, like a Imagine Dragons or something? And he was like, oh, that's a good idea. Then this was the virtual reality, which we'll strap somebody in here in a second, but it was kind of cool. Everybody got to go in a couple times throughout the week and get in, and we downloaded a bunch of different games. The designer's actually working with a NASA astronaut through the Cosmosphere, and they're developing a simulation of space that they're going to release to everyone who's done this camp in July. So it's super cool that it's using the Cosmosphere here in Kansas and a NASA astronaut. Then this week, Coding the Robots, introducing AI, how it'll impact society, machine learning, supervised learning. They're using software called Teachable Machine, which we just got into today, and I didn't think we were ever going to get out because they figured out how to get it going, and they had a lot of fun with it. So it's just simple things like the machine identifying if you're on the screen and it'll say like yes on the screen or off the screen, or you can hold up different colors and it can identify it, and the kids train the computer software to do that. So this was like unboxing and the beginning of the robot. This morning they had some people come in that spoke, and the guy, he was actually at K-State, and he had a robot that he had built, and he was showing a lot of the robots in their lab, and you could tell it was his passion. Like, he talked 20 minutes over what he needed to, so they were kind of late getting into the building process. So they're gonna give us more time tomorrow, and then we should finish those up. And then the third week, next week, will be the fundamentals of flight. There's some pilots that we'll get to interview, and then they'll get to code these little drones that we have. And so if you've ever flown a drone, they're hard. Like, they'll kind of get out of control, they'll get kind of quirky, but you actually get to code it. And so when they let us test it at the training, it was way easier, because you could figure out, okay, I needed it to go up to this point, and then I want it to turn, and then I want it to fly straight 18 inches and then land. So you just have a little bit more control over it, which I'm hoping will go well with 20 middle schoolers and 10 drones going at one time out of Cali. It's been awesome to be out at Cali. Janet Grace got us all set up, met with us, and had rooms set up. They have snacks, they have water, they have everything organized and cleaned for us. Anything we need, we just run down to the office and they're like, yep, we got you. So it was cool. After the first day, I walked out and I thought everybody was gone, but one of the students was sitting out in the lobby area, and I thought she was sitting with another student, and I was like, oh, we gotta head down, but it was her mom. And I go, oh, I thought you were another student. And she was like, no, I'm checking out these chairs. So just to get people in there and see what the inside of Cali looks like, because a lot of people haven't been there. Okay, if you guys will give me 2 more minutes. Does anybody want to try on the VR and we'll hook you up? I had Mr. Henning got thrown under the bus if nobody wants to.
Okay.
Do you want to try it?
Sure.
Okay, come on up. Brett's gonna hook you in. And then we're gonna mirror it up here. It's just pretty cool because, obviously the gaming systems have gotten way better, but this is state of art. Do you want to start with we'll put you in the drawing one. Hang on, I'm gonna pull your strap up over your head. There you go. Have you ever used one of these? Yeah. Okay.
Are you gonna put him in that airplane one too?
Well, which one? Should we put him in the airplane one?
That one
Sure.
was super cool.
Okay.
He's the pilot, you can handle
Should we
it.
get a trash can nearby so it's way
Well,
more?
first thing, but
Okay.
it's harder than it looks.
Okay, Brett, do you have him in the game? Oh, you gotta put him in the game.
I got a boundary goes.
Yeah, hang on, Brett's gonna get you set.
Okay.
He's gonna have to take it back off of you.
Here we go.
So when we would hook the kids in, we had one room where they were coding things, and then we'd take them to another room where they were doing this. Do you need the controllers? And for some reason, there's a real small speaker in the side of the headset that you don't realize that's there, and they'd put it on, and then I'd say, are you good? Yeah, I'm good! And their voices would go through the run. You got it?
Yes.
It's just there's not a big space.
Yeah. Now, Jen stopped by one day and we put her in to this. It's World War I aviation.
Wait,
So
is that
you-
what we're doing first?
Yeah, but that's the only one we'll do. And I was talking to Jen and we were watching her on the screen, and she about flew through a blimp.
I think I ripped off one of the wings too.
Yeah.
It's not as easy as it looks.
Okay.
better? Do you have the,
Yeah.
okay, you're gonna have to coach him through, Brett. What are you seeing?
I see a mountain and a river.
So you're actually flying now?
No.
No, he has to click
What do I need to click here?
campaign.
And where would that be?
Wow. Is there
It
like
says
a,
your-
what kind of looks like a book in front of you?
No.
I don't know what.
You have to change your Wi-Fi?
I'm connected to the same one as the.
I see my hands.
Are you in an airplane yet?
No?
Well, this may epically fail on us. That's all right.
I just see the.
Brett's getting ready to go to the middle school. Like he's been in Eisenhower and helped me for all 6 years of his Eisenhower career, and I'm like, you can't go to the middle
So
school.
what was I doing wrong?
We're never gonna get Tom out of there.
Oh, there we go.
So choose your plane on the very right board.
Manage your planes.
I went to this one.
Oh, you said the right word.
Or, no, the left
The
board.
left one?
We're gonna really throw you off.
I see. You gotta kind of walk around, don't you?
You can use the joystick.
Oh. Which button do you push?
The tree.
Somebody take a picture of that.
Alright, then what? Choose your
And
mission.
then you choose the mission on the very left one.
Nothing like having 20 adults watch you.
Choose the left thumbstick to walk around. I see. So, not sure what's going on now.
We might have to drop it off at your house and let you try.
Yeah, let me get used to it.
Make sure you got a parachute.
I got a 20.
Yeah, make sure
You
you
just started in the plane.
That's what I thought you were gonna do, but
Yeah,
that's okay.
yeah, we'll have to just come back to that. Or you can do it.
It's just super cool, and I can't get it. That would have been the cool thing to have it project up here. But it's just super cool to actually see the hands that you can control throughout the gauges and things.
Is it similar to like you do at Sports World?
Yes,
places?
like Dave and Buster's
Yeah.
type thing, and it's just like that. I mean, you walk around and it's crazy. I spoke with somebody from the newspaper, and they asked a good question, like, well, what will you do with all this equipment that you received? And we've used it. A lot of the robots that I have, we've used, like the last day of school, we did a big arcade. And so my fourth graders set up like an arcade throughout the school, and the kids got to rotate around through and play all the different games that they created using like a Makey to create a controller out of Play-Doh and water and things like that to control a game. So just trying to get as many hands on the equipment as you can to kind of introduce it to them at a young age. That way when they get into middle school and high school, they already kind of have the basics and they can kind of run with it if it's something they're interested in. So, do you guys have any questions? I think we went past our 10 minutes, sorry.
Is that, you only have one copy of the robot and the VR, or is there multiple copies that you
The
receive?
VR, just one copy,
Huh?
and we just got lucky this year because the developer that they hooked up with wanted to send some out. So they're like $1,500
So
a piece.
not everybody that is in the program got the VR?
No, everybody did.
okay,
So all 45 schools received this, the 10 robots and the 10 drones.
Okay,
So, yeah.
So how are we promoting this and how are we gonna get more kids involved? What's the next steps?
So we sent out an interest survey. It was like spring to see how many kids were interested, and we got maybe 15 to 20 that I would kick back. And then it was on Facebook. We sent out a text alert. We've maxed out. I've taken more kids than we can handle. But I knew that we've had a few no-shows that I tried. I put everyone's information into a group text and sent out information the week before just so people would have it and they could ask questions and things like that. But like things come up, so I mean we've had 20 a day, which is what should be the max. So an option for next year, somebody suggested to me today about having like a girls only, because we only have 2 girls out of the 20. We're supposed to get Blair Nance is supposed to join tomorrow, and so we'll have 3 girls. But Dean Kern, he worked for NASA. I don't know if he lives around here. But he came by today and was talking to me for a minute, and he was like, "It's so crazy. You only have 2 girls. Like it'd be really cool if you had time to have a girl only camp, because maybe they're just kind of intimidated by not having more girls."
And you're doing 3 more weeks in or no, 1 more week in July.
Yeah, but that won't be this. The week in July is all elementary. So I'm gonna run the K through 3 and David Hayes is gonna run 4 through 6. Because once this sent out, then I had a lot of younger elementary parents text and say, "How do I get my kid? Is there anything for younger ages?" So this is just, I have other stuff that I would use for younger ages. So the problem is the only time K-State could run it was from 9 to noon because of the Zoom. And that interferes with PSQ, with tennis camps, with driver's ed, and that's the age that it's geared toward. So, but if we had another teacher sign up for it and we had another class basically, I don't know that we could fill 40 spots. It'd be awesome, but I don't know. If we'd be
Would you
able to.
need more equipment to do that?
They would give it.
Oh, they would?
Yeah. So if, let's say you signed up to do it next summer, then you would get all of the equipment and then I would already have mine. Yeah. Yeah. So.
But you wouldn't want me
Nope, I already signed you up, Pat. Any other questions?
Any other questions?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys are welcome. We're there 9 to noon. Monday through Thursday, you're welcome to come hang out with us. There's some pretty cool kids there. They're pretty amazing. And then when you went to my computer, got it.
Good job, Brett.
Yeah, I text her. He's gonna ask for this.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Yes, thank
Very
you.
much, appreciate it.
Thanks for all the extra time you put in.
Do you want me to grab
You put in a lot of extra time.
This program is amazing. Like typically if I do something like this, I have to front load everything into a Google Classroom or something. No, I just show up every morning.
I'm sure that's all you ever had to do.
Okay, the next item on our discussion items is the WHS social studies credit.
Yes, last month, the high school social studies department presented to you on an idea they had. And so they also sent me some information that we put in your packet. And Mr. Nance is here for any questions on that and any further discussion. I kind of felt like at the end of that discussion that we were kind of still in the discussion stage on it instead of an action type stage. So it's back in discussion for further discussion based off of what you heard last month.
Thoughts?
I don't know if Mr. Grant, you want to add anything?
So, they're really just asking to change the way they taught, which you guys had kind of approved that, move world history down, do US history 1, US history 2, and then move and do government civics. They want to add a full credit for the class of 27, so that'd be incoming freshmen. And instead of 3, they move to 4.
I think we talked about, maybe I'm wrong, not making it mandatory. An extra credit you have to graduate, if that's one.
But we were still promoting it
Yeah,
to be done the way we
absolutely.
wanted to do it.
But not was my understanding of our last discussion.
That's the way I remembered it.
Me too.
So,
Is that enough direction for you?
Yeah, that's fine. That's
So
fine.
then if
Just wanna
you're
make sure.
a student and you're picking 3, would you have to then decide between pre and post Civil War history? I mean, is that where you would pick what classes you have to have? or-
isn't it just, it'd be freshman, sophomore, and junior, you have to take those classes, and then your senior year, you have to take the
Have to
one
take it.
semester of government, and then you can take your civics if you want to?
That's correct.
Okay,
So
cause they're
that's,
pretty much just wanting to make that civics part required.
So what they're gonna do is, because you guys, they heard you say last meeting, that moving world history down was okay, and then teaching it the way they wanted to, sophomore and junior year, doing a US 1 and US 2. So they're gonna do that. Half of that credit will come from world history, and then the other half will come for government. And so they'll, half of first semester of world history will count towards graduation to that 3 requirements. All of US 1, all of US 2, and then half of government would get you your third. If you're unwilling, if you don't want to move to requiring 4, that's how they would do that with graduation requirements with the class of 27. So you'd have to take government your senior year, and you're gonna take world history already, but you only have to pass half of it your freshman year to get that world history credit.
is government a full year?
It's only a semester, unless you take AP government, then you're required to be in it all year. Or if you take the college government that used to be taught over a year when Mr. Wilmoth was there.
Any other discussion on that? Are we all kind of on the same page on that?
I think so.
Good.
Yep. Okay. Just wanted to finalize that discussion, so appreciate it.
Okay. Next item on
Thank you, Mr.
discussion is KDHE grant purchase.
Yes, so we have been part of KDHE grant, which is COVID dollars. It's been out there, state dollars, and we've been doing that for the last few years. And so as they are trying to finish up their grant money, they are recommending that we purchase some air quality monitoring programs for each of our schools that would be paid for by that grant money. And then also some air purifiers that would go into the schools based off of that, which obviously helps no matter whether we have a pandemic or not. So those are recommended purchases as those grants are starting to finish up. And so in your packet, you have the cost for the sensors, 5 years worth of cartridges and all the things that go with it, the whole package. And then also 2 quotes for air purifiers from a couple different companies, different sizes of each of those for different size rooms across the district. And so that is up for discussion tonight, and so that we can answer any questions or bring back any information that you need on that topic.
Did we ever do anything with air quality or in the years during COVID?
Not a
I know
ton,
we
no.
talked about it, but
Right, no, not a ton. The district has tried really hard to not spend money on things that aren't going to continue on. We have not hired staff. A lot of districts have hired staff that they're now, as COVID grants and monies are starting to go away, or having to try to figure out whether they're going to in those positions or whether they're going to bring those back. We had chose not to do that and have tried to use the money the best we can with capital projects and buffering salaries such as our nursing positions and COVID aides and those things we've had along the way. But we've tried not, that's been our strategy along the way, is to not be in that position here at the end, and we feel good about that.
So the 42 filters and all that will get us through 5 years.
Correct.
So that's 20,000 every 5 years. You're gonna have to replace that.
Plus bulbs.
After 5 years.
so we would intend to keep that up.
We would have to see how the equipment is after 5 years. I don't know. We'd have to see what shape it's in. we've not had these before, so not an expert in them.
So is it, I'm not, this is fine, I'm just saying, but it's not like you have this money that you could do something else with.
We could do something else COVID related with it. We just thought these were good general
Yeah.
purchases anyway. A lot of people use air purifiers and things in their homes, and so this would be good for nurses' office or offices to try to keep that. And then, like I said, the monitoring program was recommended specifically by the state for districts to use that.
What might it find?
Do what?
Might be a dumb question. Air quality monitoring program makes me think it's monitoring the quality of your air.
Right.
So what might it find? I mean, something that we need to do to fix the quality of our air, or?
Yeah, I believe there is outdoor monitors as well as indoor monitors that are a part of it that then give us that information based off of whether we need to do something different in the schools based off of the, what it finds. And then the outdoor, that one's a tough one besides, obviously what they're dealing with in the Northeast right now, if something like that were to happen, or the kind of information we would get back on the outdoors. But the package comes with both, so.
Just maybe, does the air quality at the high school when the meat packing plant does it have anything to do with that possibly,
I don't know.
Are those things we might need answering? I mean,
Yeah, I know
if it monitors it and all of a sudden, red lights are flashing because the meatpacking plant is sending poor air quality, which I don't know if it does or not, I have no idea.
There's a smell, but
Yeah,
that's,
I know, right, but I don't know. if
whether it
has
would show up
anything-
on air quality or not, yeah.
And they may have that answer, the meatpacking plant may already have that answer, it was just a thought.
And there's no action requested on this month. If you, whatever information you need to us to bring back or provide you, that would make you feel better about this decision as we get information from KDHE.
I admit, I actually looked at the quotes, but I didn't catch that there's actually a webinar you can watch. I just saw that. So they have a little presentation that tells what it does, and I didn't catch that till now, so.
I didn't catch some things today too, so I get it.
And this is turnkey, Adam, this is installation and everything? Or is this our guys doing this?
No, this is us bringing them in and setting them up. I don't think this is them installing that I'm aware of.
Not that I understand.
Most of them are portable anyway.
Oh, it's portable?
Yeah.
It's not
Except
built
for
into the
except for the
HVAC?
monitoring ones, but the actual
Huh.
purification systems are portable.
So this is something that's gonna be set in the classrooms?
This would be something that is,
Does it sound like sporting
Hallways?
classrooms?
yeah, it'd probably be in high traffic
Always.
areas. It's probably what it would be set up.
I just figured it was in the HVAC system.
Yeah. And the air purifiers is different sizes for different, so there's like a 2,500 square foot, 1,000 square foot, and then down to like 500 square foot for like a nurse's office, or try to get those high traffic areas or areas where we would be having students in and out that help with.
So is this something like a machine that's gonna be like in the middle of the hallway, hooked, like ductwork going straight up?
No, I don't think so, it'd be portable, it would be.
It's gonna be like a portable dehumidifier. So.
Wow.
And this is
I'm
enough.
hearing some hums, so maybe we wanna,
I can see a disaster
maybe
on
we wanna
this.
think about this a little bit more, so. It is a discussion item, we don't need action on it
Like
tonight,
how
so.
many would we get?
So the quotes have you in there, you have,
Oh, okay,
35
35.
indoor and 7 outdoor?
okay.
I guess I'm on board, I'm fine with the air purifiers, but I'm a little skeptical on the air quality monitors.
Okay.
That's just my opinion.
and that's the one that's specifically being recommended, so that's coming directly from KDHE.
Yeah.
So we can get as much information from them on that as you need.
And the only thing is, I just don't know what it monitors. Does it
Yeah.
tell you that there's COVID in the air? Does it tell you it's smoky in the building? Does it?
Okay, well, maybe we can do a little bit more research. and-
Yep. We can get you more on
Put it
that,
back on the
guys
agenda.
watch the webinar, and then we'll chat about this again next month.
Good discussion.
And please, don't let a month go by, reach out to me ask specific questions. in
Cause
case
this
we're-
has to be decided next month.
Next month would be great, yes. And if we need to adjust things, we can, but we'll have to rewrite some grant things and make that happen, so. So please, yeah, be in our ears about.
If we don't go for this, is there other options you can give us on some other things we can use the money towards?
That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking.
that's a good idea.
In the meantime, just,
Yep.
So
I don't
it's a lot of
wanna lose
money, but it's a lot of money.
I don't wanna inherit something,
What are you gonna do
obviously
with
the
that?
20 grand every 5 years.
I can't see us doing
4
that.
grand a year, if you bust it down like that, it's not that bad, but what does it do for us?
Yeah.
And the webinar looks like it only covers the monitoring side of it, not the purification side.
No, I don't think it was on the purifiers. It's just on the, it's one the KDHE recommended stuff on the monitoring. So, we'll get more info to you.
Get your questions to Adam or Kelly and we can try to maybe get this questions.
So we have a person that we actually work with, that does the grant, is the communicator of the grant from KDHE. And so they're the one that reached out to us and said, we're recommending you do this with our.
Has anybody, do you know, can we ask have any other districts put this equipment in there?
I think all of this is I don't know, I can ask that for sure.
Yeah.
This is specifically coming out now to a lot of districts, not just us. They have actually gotten this equipment and want to pay for it through their grant money for multiple districts. It's not just us, so.
well, and I'm wondering if it's an overbearing from COVID, and so they're trying to pawn it off on some of these schools. And
Right,
like,
Exactly.
order too many of these things.
kind of like hand sanitizer.
Okay, good discussion.
Got it, thank you.
Next item, middle school furniture.
Dr. Kern, this is also ESSER money.
Yeah, this is another example of something that we can use ESSER money for that will stay in the district for a long time. And in 2021, we went ahead and got sixth grade furniture. So those of you that were here, will remember that. And I'm gonna kind of go over a slideshow so you see what I'm looking at. So going through in 2020, we went through the middle school and noticed that a lot of that furniture was handed down from school to school to school. So they kind of ended up with all the mismatched stuff and ugly stuff and broken stuff. And so we put this project together to see if Esther would pay for it. And at the time, they were urging us to do 6 feet apart and all of that and something wipeable and that worked perfectly for this. And we were a little bit nervous then after that was done, if they would let us go ahead and finish out the school with the 7th and 8th grade and then the rest of the specials. But we sent that in creatively, putting down why we felt that it would work, and they said that we could do that. So for 7th and 8th grade, this is kind of the furniture, what it would kind of look like. And so what we're requesting, and that's what you saw in your packet, wedge desks, square desks, tables, teacher desks, teacher chairs, student chairs, rectangle tables, round tables, a lot of soft seating, a lot of kind of more trendy furniture than what we've used in the past. So the quotes are kind of separated into a set of 3 quotes and then another set of 3 quotes, because there were 2 of those vendors that were not carrying science tables and art tables and the bar-sized stools and tables that they use in the art rooms. So I had to get different ones for those. So when we're trying to find vendors for furniture, you're not gonna find furniture that's exactly the same, but I did my best to find furniture that was pretty close. And the furniture that we chose for the 6th grade are all bright and white, so you can use the tabletop with dry erase markers and wipe it off. So this is kind of what they look like. The wedge desks are more popular. Most of the teachers chose those because you can also push them together in pods and work together or separate them out. So the first bid was the biggest bid, and that's all of the classroom furniture such as the desks and tables and chairs and teacher desks and teacher chairs. So the three vendors that I looked at were Lakeshore, School Specialty, and School Outfitters. And the bid that came in the lowest was School Specialty, which kind of made me happy because that's what we used for the sixth grade, and that would match the rest of the furniture exactly. And not only did it come in lower, but the thing that I really liked about School Specialty was they came and put it all together and took all the trash away and set it up in each classroom and made it look all nice before they left. And the cost for that was still under what Lakeshore's cost was. So it added about $1,000, I think, to the cost. So these other three from School Specialty, School Outfitters, and then I pulled in Worthington Direct because they had the science tables and the bar height tables and some of those for the specials classes. And School Specialty still came in under the others, even with the setup fee. And Lakeshore actually came out and looked at our classrooms, because those classrooms are shaped really different. And so they kind of looked at the furniture and how you would set it up with the soft seating and the desks. And so each teacher got to choose from 1, 2, or 3 in the setups, and then that's how we kind of determined how much they would need. So when I looked at the teachers' desks, of course, they didn't have them exactly the same, but this is how close they were. They would have one set of drawers and kind of a small tabletop. And these are the different kinds of soft seating that would be in the classrooms. And not in these colors. So, sorry. The colors are all gray, red, and black. And that's the same with these chairs too.
Is the furniture holding up that we got from school special?
It is, there's one, I think just one desk, and that was a student that purposely took some scissors and carved something into the top of it, which we can't, do anything with that, but yeah, it's holding up really well and it's beautiful.
The soft pieces are holding up.
Mm-hmm. And it looks so nice, and the kids love that soft furniture. When you walk through the school, you'll always see kids sitting on that. So that.
What do teachers think? What was their, after using it a year, what did they come back with?
And that's kind of why I went with one grade first, because that's an awful lot of stuff to do at one time, and that way the 7th and 8th grade could kind of see. And then what we found is some of the 6th grades then decided, oh, I really don't need, this many desks. I'd rather use my round table for student seating. So then they went ahead and gave that to some of the 7th grade. So then as I got the quote for 7th and 8th grade, I was able to subtract those off. But they were nervous about the wipe off top at first too, but now they really like it. So anyway, it's a lot of money, but it's such a great opportunity when Esther's willing to help us out with that, make the school look really nice.
Has there been any, I always had a concern about furniture trading, like I want all the couches in my room, and does that happen, or is everybody kind of keeping the setup?
You mean as far as going
With the
back
mix,
to
like
this?
the different furniture type stuff,
It's
not kind of drifting.
No, I haven't seen a lot of soft furniture. In fact, the teachers really like their soft furniture too. So except for the math really didn't want soft furniture in there. But the ones that did, they wanted to keep theirs. So I don't
Is
see
everything in stock that you looked at, timeframe wise?
I think we're fine on school specialty, but that doesn't mean it'll be super quick either, because the shipments on, even our technology equipment and some of that stuff has been really late. But,
Can you check on that to see if we can get it by next school year? Will they be
I
able to
can
tell you?
check.
Yeah.
Last time we did it, which was in 2021, it was mid-fall before it came. But they were so good at putting it all together, and so they took out all the old furniture, set it up just like they picked out on there, and put it all together. So it was
Did they do it
turnover
over a
like one
weekend?
day.
Is that what they did?
Mm-hmm.
They did it over the weekend.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
Yes. Now, with 2 grade levels, that might take them a little longer, 'cause
Right.
that is quite a bit more, but I was really impressed with how they did that.
Any other questions on that? Okay. Thanks, Jim.
You're welcome.
Next item is the handbooks.
Yes. So district handbooks have been revised by administration and put in your packets. That will actually be that'll be in your consent agenda next month after we hear from you on revisions, changes, all that stuff. We have a month to decide all those things and get those things set up. And so here to discuss that this evening. Go ahead and put in your packet. Obviously, we have Mr. Nance as our only principal here this evening, so I will be the go-between and also make some decisions on my own as we go.
So just so you should know, ours is done by a task force.
Okay.
It's not done by me. The task force meets all year on it, looks at it, reviews it, makes all the changes, and makes recommendations, and we talk to the SRO about things. It's just not ours. It's just not me. So.
And it's a lot of information, so things,
It is.
yeah, it's a lot of information, so things get, things happen, so we go through and try to tweak things as we go, so it's not perfect. We put together the best product we can by July board meeting.
Okay, so any questions on that? Where do we want to start?
I gotta start with the elementary,
Chris, you got the floor.
and I can't find where it's at now. I had it written down.
If it's page 12, I revised that today.
You just revised
I
it?
revised that today.
Okay, cause I was gonna say when did you revise that?
This afternoon.
Cause I looked at it probably about 4 o'clock and it was still there.
What time, I don't know what time we're meeting, is around the same time, probably.
It was probably exactly at that time, Chris.
So is the one that's within our drive, is it the revised?
Yes, we switched them up.
Okay.
Yeah.
I found a mistake in there that did not match up with previous decisions, so I
Okay, so the
revised that
parents
too.
are gonna be allowed to go and eat lunch and breakfast with their children,
Yes,
following the proper procedure of going to the
At the
office,
elementary
get
schools.
checked in,
yes.
and eat with them.
Yep. that was-
Because the middle school, it said that the parents can visit at any time, but the elementary said nobody was gonna be visiting that school.
We got that taken care of.
So you can go and eat lunch with your elementary students.
Okay,
Is the reason why they were wanting it changed because, they're saying space and safety concerns, but is it more of, parents are bringing in McDonald's? Is it more of an outside food thing? They're not coming in?
It's a lot of things. There's ways we can meet in the middle without having, this blanket policy like what was written in there. It's a lot of things. It is everything you just mentioned. I think, and the problem is you're coming from a principal brain perspective here, trying to fix things. It's often, you get a lot of complaints later after a parent has come in and you can't control what they're saying to other children and all these types of things, so then you have parent complaining about parent complaint, so it turns into a thing. And so, but I think there's ways that we can meet in the middle and figure all that out. That's not something that I feel is proper to eliminate that altogether.
Okay.
So we got that changed today. So I apologize. That was a revision that happened today that should not have been in there on Friday, but it was. So
I have a
we will figure it
question
out.
on
Yes.
the food, so along those same lines. The elementary handbook says children will not be allowed to charge breakfast or lunch, but the middle school handbook says children with negative accounts will be given a cold lunch.
And high school says that too.
High school.
I think
What
that's
page is
just,
that on, Andrew?
That's
Blanket, right?
10.
yeah, I think, can we just blank that for the whole district, we're gonna offer a cold lunch? and-
Yes, yes.
Okay.
That's how we had it set up anyway. So
Okay.
that needs to go there. Good.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Hey.
Okay, so elementary, I didn't know that they revised anything, so I'm just checking, so.
No, it's okay. That was the
It's
only
just a-
thing.
yeah,
That
it's a
was the
lot to
only
look at
thing
in a
that
short amount of time.
that was the only thing that got
Yeah,
revised today.
we got a month
Yeah,
to
okay,
approve
because
them.
there's,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean,
this
I've been
is-
through some
This is
word by
discussion.
word, but
Okay, so on page 5 of the elementary, it says 9 AM notification absences not coinciding. So the absences are not coinciding with all the other schools, so the elementary is saying you have to call by 9 o'clock in the morning, but all the other schools, middle school and high school does not say that. My deal is if you've got 4 kids up throwing up and getting up by 9 o'clock to make that phone call, or it's gonna be unexcused, can it just be
phone call.
a notification before school's out, or, I mean,
Sure.
why does it have to be 9?
I'll check on that. Thank you. Trying to be fair to my principals here and me.
Oh, no, I understand.
Yeah.
Middle school handbook on the homework. It says,
What page you on again, if
Okay.
you don't mind?
oh, hold on, let me find it.
I can find it.
Of course, I'll screenshot. It just says from each team, some teachers will remain available for students until 3:40. If a student fails to turn in an assignment. So my question is, who are these some teachers? Is it, if we only have one teacher for each core subject, is it, if a 6th grader needs help in science, do they go to the 8th grade science teacher? I don't,
I'll have to check on that because the teachers are actually supposed to be here till 3:45, so. Well, actually, no, not at the middle school.
Yeah, not the middle
Not at the middle
school.
school, I'm sorry, I said that wrong, it'd be 3:35, so.
3:35, okay.
Or was that
No,
3:40?
3:40, I'm sorry, 3:40. 30 minutes after, they get out at 3:10, 30 minutes after, so.
So that'd be 3:40.
Yep.
So that's what he has, but he just
Yep.
has, some teachers will remain available for students, so
What does that mean?
I don't know.
Does it say anywhere in the high school about paying for parking?
What page was that on?
I couldn't find it.
Or did you not find it? It's okay.
Oh, I screenshotted it, so.
I couldn't
Okay,
find
it's
it.
all good, no, don't worry about
Okay.
it, don't worry about it, I'll find it.
I just couldn't find it.
It's the same, I don't know what part of it. I know they didn't change it.
I'm just trying to find it.
Yeah, I saw it in there, it's like $3 or something.
So did you say the parking passes are not supposed to be in there?
No, they didn't, she asked if they changed it.
Oh,
No,
you
I
buy one as a
can't find
freshman.
them. So what do we do with the money collected for parking?
So that goes into,
Nobody else around collects for parking. I mean, I'm not saying nobody, but most schools don't.
it goes into repurchasing those parking tickets for their windows. That's in policy. So that's held there for that. They buy it as a freshman. And they display it in their car through senior year.
It's on page 8.
Okay, so if I buy one when I'm a freshman and put it in my window,
You don't buy it again until
you only have to pay $3 one time?
one.
Yes,
Okay. Would you say page 8?
Yes.
that's where it's at.
You know, I misunderstood. I thought it was $3 every year.
So it says there's fines and there's so what is the fine? Like, what are they fined if they don't pay? I don't know if they don't pay, if they don't, what's the fine for?
Where?
I don't know that anybody's fined.
It's on the form that they're given at enrollment. It says the Wellington High School student parking permit application, and it says, I understand that I'm responsible for reading and abiding by the parking regulations as stated in the student agenda. I further understand and agree to pay all parking fines incurred within 30 days of the date issued and updated as information as it changes. What are the fines?
I would assume the SRO, if they write them a ticket.
I would assume like if you have a student park in a handicapped spot that's not handicapped, I would assume it's just legal law things, but we can reword that.
So we have someone patrolling the parking lot?
We have an SRO.
That
But
patrol.
does he patrol the parking lot?
He shouldn't patrol all our campuses.
I know, but we don't know that he is patrolling the parking lot for that reason.
Okay.
Do we? I mean, I don't know, I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, the SRO is in charge of security at all campuses, so if he would be out in the parking lot, he would be throughout the buildings, he would be, and now she, sorry. So we have a new one coming up, so that would be responsibility for all of it, and that would include enforcing parking. We don't have any major parking rules besides normal city parking, such as handicap spots, et cetera.
And like fire lanes and stuff like that.
Yeah, so fire lanes.
So are you referring to like, my kid takes my car, doesn't have a parking pass and parks and.
Yeah, it just says there's fines incurred. I'm just asking, what's the fine? Like, is it a $50 ticket because they don't have a sticker on the window? I don't know.
No parking tickets given for not having the sticker. I don't know what we inherited the form, is what I know about it. So, yeah, you're right, they should fix that one.
Absolutely.
Did you say?
So we're gonna look at fixing the form for the kids.
I mean, what's the purpose of the parking pass if all we're doing is using the money to rebuy parking passes?
So it's for parking security, as I understand it.
Do what?
That's how I understand it.
That's
That it
what?
was designed for parking security. So that we knew because they know what pass number you have, it's written down, and then correlate that with your license plate. So if there's an accident, and they have that information, then they know who it was. So that's what I understand it was developed for.
Makes a little bit of sense.
Have they ever been sold before? Did you have to make them or did you?
No, they've been there since
Yeah, my daughter.
I've been there
Yeah.
for quite a while.
Okay.
But it's kind of like what Tom just said, what if my son is taking my car and he doesn't have that parking pass, how are
Right,
you
yeah.
gonna
Yeah.
know what license plate number and stuff?
So yeah, I guess they just trust that you drive your car to school. And they are,
Are they more a pain than they're worth?
I mean, parking passes are pretty common at like universities and stuff like that, but you have outside people coming and parking on that property, and that's what it's trying to prevent. I don't know that we have that issue at the high school.
Is our SRO a police officer?
Yes.
So they could call in your license plate and
Yes.
figure out who you are?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I just don't understand.
I see I mean, it would make more sense if we had a lot of businesses or
Yeah.
surrounding stuff where people were
I don't know
abusing
that we're
parking.
gaining anything from it.
And our students can't park because people are parked there and forcing legitimate business out or reasons to park there out. But yeah, it seems like it might be a lot of money in doesn't equal money out on that particular. Unless you can see a good idea to keep that we're not thinking about.
I just came from Wichita School where they had them. They were $5 a piece, you had to buy them every year. And so when I saw that policy and I came in,
Yep.
it made sense to me because they did it. Security patrolled those lots, and if you didn't have one, they checked your
But you
license plate.
In Wichita, when you buy a parking pass, you get a spot though, right? An assigned spot? No?
No, you don't. No, you just park in the thing. You can, in Wichita, if you're gonna paint your parking space, which we don't do here, then you pay for that and you get that parking
I
space.
think we should do that.
I
So-
think we should too. That's a good
But
idea.
all they know is that the hanger was on there. If you didn't have one, they would write you a ticket. We don't do that here. And so it wasn't weird to me when I came in and they had that.
Did you have a situation up there though where people that didn't have school business would be trying to park in the school?
Well, or kids from other buildings would come in, so it's a whole different animal.
Yeah, right,
So
right,
that's
right.
why it didn't
Yeah.
strike me as odd that we had that here.
My kids said they never bought one.
Well, I think we should just take the $3 out, and I just think it's too much of a hassle myself.
Well, I think if we take the $3 out, we just do away with stickers.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
And how about the try letting them pay seniors paint their parking spot?
I thought we could build a new one on that.
Maybe we're trying to build.
I mean, I've been to schools where they've done that, you know, they did pay to
Yeah,
paint
they
their parking
paint it,
space.
yeah, they do. Like,
Yeah.
I think that would be fine.
John, explain the logic to me on the backpacks. What's the thoughts
I
there?
know.
So at the middle school, they don't carry backpacks, they use their lockers. And Officer Wiley as our SRO, that was a recommendation change for safety. That's what his recommendation was, so they bring their backpack to school, like we used to, put it in your locker and use the lockers that are instated. That way they don't have them in the classrooms, they don't clutter them up. And Officer Wiley said, you know, that's the safest thing to do.
I know we got a lot of kids that never visit their locker.
That we don't use them at all now because they carry backpacks everywhere.
Well, they couldn't go to their locker.
And we're shortening the passing period, correct?
Nope.
We're not?
Nope.
Okay.
Same distance, and teachers have moved rooms, so they won't have trouble getting from one class to another and to the locker.
But we still have kids that are coming from outside buildings, coming in, trying to get to their locker and then trying to get to the classroom.
And you know, most of them don't carry books anymore, so they carry their Chromebook,
Chromebooks, sure.
and they have a Chromebook carrier for that. So I don't know, personally, I don't know what's
The
other
purpose
than
of the locker.
Yeah, that's what I was
the
getting ready to say.
backpack either. So that was the recommendation from Officer Wiley. That's why it was added, that they use their lockers.
I personally think they should be.
My daughter's going to be a junior, she's never used her locker. Now, is it good for her back? Probably not.
Yeah. Well, during COVID, could they not go to their lockers? I'm thinking they couldn't go to their lockers then.
Right. There was a
So-
time when they could.
Yeah, but
I think that's kind of a stretch, especially for a female. There's things they carry in it they probably need for the bathroom, and they're not gonna put in their pocket. I'm just looking out for the females on that part of it. With my daughter doing that, it's, you know, a lot of them are embarrassed at that age, and I think holding their backpacks back is a little much, I think, personally.
I agree. So we wanna try this year with backpacks and locker and see how it goes, you know, see if we have trouble with that.
We leave it up to the student if they want to use their locker or not.
Yeah. That's what I mean.
Yeah.
I'll put it up this year and
Let them carry the backpack if they want to, if not, they go to their locker.
John, sorry picking on you, but you're the only admin person.
I'm the only one on my phone, so that's okay.
So, and you kind of talked about this, I think, last month a little bit on the college classes and then the days that they're not at college class. Kind of explain your logic there again, because I'm struggling a little bit with that.
show them.
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but.
So what's your question? Help me understand.
So, on the days that they're not attending that college class, whether that's either on campus or at Cali, or we got kids that are even driving to Mulvane to take these classes, on that day that they're not taking that college class, you're saying that they gotta go sit in the commons area or library or whatever.
I think that's ridiculous.
I don't
Well,
know.
the reason for that is because it was clearly stated by the board that we wanted to make sure they were in attendance. And so we give them the opportunity to do their homework there. And I mean, there are students all the time, so
Sure.
make sure that they're there and they have the opportunity to get their work done. You know, without that monitoring, there's some kids who fall through the cracks and fail multiple college classes and getting credit deficiencies. And so,
Who's gonna monitor them all them? My kids say they can't use the library. And I know that's true.
can't use the library.
They can't use the library, they can't go in the library. I don't know if
Well, we
anybody
have
else's kids.
a library
I
this
know we
year.
have a library and a
And-
library aide, but
We have an aide that's in there all the time.
yeah, that's what they say.
She's
they
left
can't
us
go
for
to
a
the
better
library.
job, but
They were, two of them were kicked out of the library. I mean, they were just in there doing their college stuff. And they were kicked out, told to leave the
Because
library.
the commons area was the area this year. That because we didn't have anybody in the library and we use our librarian now to teach some classes.
So what's our librarian doing?
She taught some classes this year, we still out because we had numbers issue, so.
I think sitting in the commons is just such a waste of time.
Okay.
Is anybody else?
I guess my issue with it is, we're giving them a dual credit, and if they're getting a credit from us and from college, they need to be doing schoolwork, not working at McDonald's at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. That's my issue with it, because we're accountable for them. But like John made the comment a couple months ago, what, they're not in our building, we can't do anything with them. Well, they're our students because we're giving them that credit on their diploma.
But it's not, they're not all dual credits.
I understand that.
Every one of them is. So
Every
if I
single one?
choose to go to Mulvane to do my mechanics, because we have kids who do that.
Okay, so
They
we
they get credit for that
Okay.
in high school, because we're not gonna release you for half a day to go to Mulvane
So they
or
don't-
to go to Art City to get those things and not have you get credit for that at our school, because you have to have those credits to graduate. And therefore, to be involved in that program, we give them credit for that. If you choose to take one after school, like some of our kids do, we don't give you credit for that, because that's after school. That's on your own time and on your own dime. If you're taking it during the day, you're getting high school credit and college credit. They're all dual credit classes.
But even like the comps and the college algebra, that could be done online.
Yeah.
Is that an offer that you guys let them do, like, or do they have to take them through the school?
There are kids who take them online, but it's during the day.
So they
So
need
they-
to be in the school because
Yes.
they're getting
Yeah,
those
and those
English
kids come faithfully and are monitored because they need help. And there are other people
Who's
who help
helping them? Who's helping them in the commons?
So if they've had questions, they come in and ask Roxy. Obviously, she helps a lot of kids with math.
But that's not her job.
It's not her job, but she does it.
I know,
And
that's
we
not
have
the secretary's job.
Counselors to go ask for questions there.
But
I
they're
mean-
busy
Sure.
and not able to answer them.
But there's a lot of kids who take those classes that ask simple questions and they go find a teacher, or if you don't have them there, the failure rate goes up. That's what I know. So if you don't want them to be on campus as a board, that's what you don't want them to do.
I mean, have
then
them go
we'll
sit,
follow that.
you're 18 years old.
Not all
I
of
mean,
them.
are you a college student at that point? Are you a high school student? And some kids, if I'm in a room, personally, there's me, if I'm in a room and there's people sitting all around, I'm probably not gonna do my work. I need some other space to do my work. I need to be isolated to do my work. I can't personally work if I have a class to take with, there's just learning styles, there's learning.
Okay, well, if this 18-year-old is having those issues, they're gonna be mature enough to walk into the office and say, I need to speak with someone because this is not working for me. I need an alternative. And that could be a case-by-case situation. And yeah, in my opinion, an 18-year-old living at home, going to high school and taking some college classes is still a child who is living with their parents and who needs support. And they can be a college student all they want, but they're still living with their parents, going to high school, needing support from us, from parents, from everyone.
I'm not arguing with you at all because I never once did any of my kids ever, people I even knew, say, I'm 18, I can do whatever. But there's lots of those kids out there that their parents feel like, you're 18, so you just, we're just sad, but it happens.
And that's where the school support comes in.
But I don't understand where the support's gonna come from, other than you're gonna take role that I'm sitting in here. And who's gonna do that? Who's gonna take the role? And we already have teachers that are substituting and can't fill other classes. We can't fill classes with substitutes. We already have teachers that are refusing to help a student that needs help. And so Roxy was offered to help this student with her math because the teacher refused to do it during CrewCon or any other time. That's not good. So if you have a the commons area with kids that need help. I don't see when or how they're gonna get it there.
So going to McDonald's and working is gonna fix it?
You know, in my opinion with that, there are kids that are lucky enough to get to go to Cali, and they're working to help pay for their schooling after Cali. And I think if you can use that time to earn some money for your family. There are kids that use that time to take care of a parent. I mean, there's more going on than just a 17, 18-year-old taking some classes. And I don't think the community's had trouble with kids running rampant, 18-year-olds, having a party in the afternoon just because they don't have class. I mean, they're either home studying or they're eating lunch or they're, I don't know, maybe I just know different kids, but ask them to sit in a room 2 hours or whatever it might be. It'd be different for everyone. I don't understand it. What's anybody else think?
Well, so after that explanation, which I appreciate that, John, I'm actually a little bit more on board with it. Since they are all dual credit, I think that kind of makes sense. I don't know that I'm a huge fan of the commons, so maybe we could find a compromise there or something.
If we find
You know
another,
what we all refer
even
to as like a
library?
study hall type situation where you have somebody that could kind of be there to assist them. I know staffing's tough.
There's
I
not
get
gonna
that.
be anybody to
I get
assist
that.
them.
But I think there needs to be some sort of compromise. So if you could just maybe look at that a little bit more.
the other thing it's looking like if they take college English and college algebra, like in the fall, it's looking like we've got that scheduled so that
The
it's
alignment.
Monday, Wednesday is one class, the other class is Tuesday, Thursday at the same time, so Friday would be their day
That'll help a ton.
to be in the building.
Yeah.
The outliers were the kids who take them virtually or on online classes.
So, you're saying Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, they're either taking what?
If they enroll in both classes, if they enroll in college algebra and Comp 1, their English class.
Okay.
That's-
What if they roll in something else?
Well, but if they do those two, they're there.
Okay,
If they do the history classes, I don't know where those are in the schedule,
see, I don't know.
but they might be in the afternoon. If they take college biology, it's a bigger class because it's 5 credits instead of 3. And so you're looking at more class time on campus than
And the
if you
kids have to drive to Mulvane for wedding.
They drive to Mulvane, some of them take their automotive classes there.
Right, I'm just saying, what about those kids?
Those kids go every day.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then
So
the
the
whole
kids who
day,
do
every
welding,
day?
half a day,
Okay,
every
so we're
day.
saying they have to come back from
They don't ever have a day off of class, those kids. They're in class.
all morning
the
or
time.
whatever.
So we had one young lady who did her welding, and she left right after lunch every day. And she was gone every day on campus for that welding class, all year. So those are different because they're not scattered throughout the schedule. They're blocked, and that's how they do those. So there's automotive that our kids take, there's welding that our kids take. There's some other animal classes that our kids could take, but those are at the Sumner County campus.
Okay, so obviously with
I
probably
just
what,
think it's stupid.
8 different handbooks here in our drive. Well, maybe not quite that many. There's the classified and all that other pieces in there too.
Yep.
The substitute handbook and all that, so a lot of information to cover, so
There is.
not on the agenda to be approved tonight. Good discussion, obviously open for more discussion if we need it. But we definitely need to get our questions to Adam and those.
Jason, can I do one more?
Absolutely, sir.
Okay, on the dress code,
Anybody can.
John,
Mhm.
it says, this is with the wording, any clothing item deemed disruptive by teacher or staff to the educational process will not be allowed. I think that's a pretty broad statement. I think that needs to be, maybe what you deemed as disruptive. But for me, it might not be disruptive to me, but to you, now all of a sudden we're over here and then another person comes in and they say, so maybe you can adjust the wording on that.
And then I have one, this isn't Brenda? Okay. For the junior and senior prom regulations, I have been looking at other school districts and all of them surrounding talks about the breathalyzer. Can we just be transparent about what we do for our breathalyzer in just the prom, junior, senior prom regulations? Because I know it says we do tests for alcohol, attending extracurricular activities, but prom is not considered an extracurricular activity sanctioned by CASHA. So if we could just put in the regulation part what we do, so it's just clear and cut. And
Yeah, that came up as a topic. I have that at KSB Legal right now, looking at our handbook and everything to give us a recommendation on that. So they should be able to give us clear guidelines on what to do with that. And then we'll also add in, if they recommend that it's okay for us to continue our process, which is what I'm checking on, then we will document it as it is based off of that.
so we might not be doing a.
Well, I don't know. That's the argument. So I wanna be able to make sure that we are getting legal advice there and handling that the way we should.
Okay.
I don't wanna put something wrong in front of the board. So that's still in process and that will definitely be adjusted by July. Still have not heard back on that yet.
I just wanna go back and just reiterate, because I said, if the kids are sitting in the all-purpose room, whatever you wanna call it, they're not, I'd like to know who they're getting help from. Because on the days that there are, I don't know what it's called, when you're gonna go do in-services to groups at your school, that's a lot of time that you will be out of your office, which leaves, Audrey to do that job, to do the office administration work. And the secretaries have their jobs. The teachers have their jobs on top of possibly subbing. So I'm just concerned about who's taking role on who should be there, who's helping with the questions, who's gonna be there to help the kids if they need help. I just think we need that answered. I personally do.
Okay.
Because I don't see anyone available. And by next month, will we know what's all the things that that happened with CrewCon? Are you gonna be ready to tell us when those things are gonna happen?
We meet as a BLT here, since I'm back tomorrow, officially off vacation, we'll meet, have that hammered out.
Okay, any other questions?
Yes, one, I think it's on the classified, are we allowed to ask questions about on the classified for the social media part?
Sure.
Okay, it says that it's important that the employees use their time while at work to conduct district business. It is not appropriate for employees to post any pictures or comments involving the district or other employees or students that could be construed as inappropriate. I thought
we fixed that one last year too.
Yeah, I thought we said no teacher is supposed to post anything.
Yeah, what page is it on?
It
No, it's okay.
doesn't have
You took a screenshot, it's okay.
Yeah, it doesn't have a page numbers.
No, it's okay. I know.
Oh, you're right, it doesn't, I just noticed that.
It's on me.
If you search, if you just hit Control F and type in social media.
Okay, no, I can find it, yeah.
Okay.
It's no big deal. Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Okay, yeah, I remember
It's
that
on page
discussion. I will check
17
on
of
that.
32.
Okay.
If you look at those numbers at the
Yeah,
bottom.
now I see it. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right,
Yeah,
there's not official,
17.
not official page numbers in the document.
I will check that. And we will make page numbers magically disappear on that bad boy too, so
Up
be
here.
good.
Up here, disappear.
Huh?
Not
Up here.
disappear, you want it
Sorry,
to up
yes,
here.
yes.
Yeah,
Up
yeah,
here, up here. Okay,
Okay, any other burning thoughts there? definitely
No, but
get your,
please hit us up, please. These are all good things, guys, because it's a lot of information and you can read these things 50 billion times and skip over things and go back and miss it. So that always happens with policy type stuff. So it's good that we get it fixed as much as possible, and then as soon as we get it published, we'll find something that we forgot to fix. But we'll do the best we can by July. I appreciate your feedback on that, and let us know.
okay, next item is the parent portal.
Jen, you're up.
Just wanted to go over the parent portal really quick. This is something that was sent out, but I just wanna make sure that everyone was good with it and how to do it. So the secret to getting into this is using the email that you use for Infinite Campus. Otherwise, you won't be able to get in. So I've uploaded all of the parent emails from Infinite Campus into the Kite portal, which is our state assessment portal. So you would have to go to https:/parentportal.kiteaai.org. When you get there, you'll put in your email address, and then it will send you a code. You put the code in, and then you're in. So,
And we're getting this information to the parents so they know how to do this.
yes, and we can, keep sending that out, and then, in the fall, we probably will print some pages for the parents to have, but since we got the results a little early, we wanted to get that out there.
Are these preliminary results right now or the real results?
So these are preliminary, yes. So they go through, and if they notice that, and this has happened before, where a majority of the kids miss a certain math problem or something like that, then they know that that was a bad question. So that kind of changes the score a little bit. But it should be pretty close.
Maybe a QR code or a half sheet to hand out at enrollment, so the parents can kind of figure out how to get to it.
Okay.
So,
Can you send
that's a good
something
idea.
like that, like with the QR code through the text system?
Do what?
Through the text system?
Yes, that's how we sent it out the first time, but we can keep doing that. We did, didn't we?
No.
I don't think you
No,
can
I
send a
just put it on
QR
the
code
sign.
via that system, right?
So, yeah, we can do that
Oh,
through the
that's-
text system.
I don't think so.
It's just a link.
Yeah, you can send a link out.
any questions on that? I think you get to stay there because we're talking about accreditation.
Oh. So, bring up the page, but, we have been recommended for accreditation, so it's a celebration.
Yeah, the state board meets tomorrow, and we are on the list to be accredited for our 5-year accreditation cycle process, and huge, massive congratulations to not only the district. It's one of those things that is expected, obviously, and sounds normal, but it's a ton of work, and so really it's just something to celebrate and all the work that went into the process. And so appreciate Dr. Kern, appreciate all of our principals, all of our teachers, all of our staff that worked really hard on all of that for us. And so we'll await tomorrow's board meeting, but hopefully it will just be a formality and we'll be off and running for our next 5-year cycle. So
Yes, let's start year 1 next year and have all new goals and everything, so let's look it all over.
Okay. Moving on to action items, 2022-23 budget addendum.
yes, your budget addendum is on there for our early meeting that we just had earlier this evening. And so the addendum is available for action.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended 2022-2023 budget.
I'll second.
Got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Okay, moving on, Chartwell's renewal.
Thank you. Last month, we brought this to you. In your packet was, showed the increased use of our lunch program this year since we've been with Chartwells, and obviously with any new startup, you have bumps in the road along the way that we've had to fix. And appreciate Kelly's hard work on that and Darcy's hard work on pulling all that together. And so we're recommending to the board tonight to continue for the next 4 years with Chartwells, and appreciate their partnership and coming into the district and doing a good food service program.
I'll make a motion to approve their renewal.
I'll second.
Okay, got a motion and a second. I guess I should ask if there's any discussion since we're moving pretty quick here, but I guess all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same.
Aye.
Did you get that, Russ?
Got it.
Okay. Moving on, athletic field surface.
Yes, well, I have a good news to add since we're talking athletic facilities, as we have been. We had a meeting this week with the city, with our committee that we set up last month. Thank you to Brandon and Pat for being at that meeting, with Mr. Dodds and Mr. Soria, who were representing the city, and then Mr. Porter and myself, to start those discussions. And there was a very positive conversation. The city is definitely interested in going with the idea of having a community building that is multi-purpose, that would serve as locker rooms for us, is what we're interested in especially, and then obviously other events if needed. And then also having that community building be partially funded by the city for use for other activities and other things throughout the year. Now, having said that, that's 2 board members and 2 councilmen that are speaking there, not entire boards and the entire council, but the discussion in the committee was really good, and that's a really positive thing if the board chooses to move forward with having a building outside of the stadium. That would be a multi-purpose deal. So really good discussion. I appreciate them meeting with us, and Pat and Brandon obviously throw in if you need to, but it was a good meeting and felt good about moving forward with that. So I wanted to announce that to the board, that positive news. And then also one of the things that will not change, that we kind of wanted to put on here for discussion and potential action tonight, is whether the board's vision is to move forward with grass or with turf whenever that came to be in the future. If it is I have purposely, we've had a chance to mess with the field. I know there's been concerns with the crown. I have purposefully blocked the use of any taxpayer money on that until this decision is made, because I don't want to go down one road and then with taxpayer dollars and then end up going down a different road than we originally expected. So if the board is interested in staying with grass field, then that's probably something after this next football season that we could start immediately doing some things to and making it better. If it is something that the district is looking to go into turf in the future, then obviously that becomes part of a future upgrade financial package of some sort. But at least we would know what we wanted to spend money on and not spend money on moving forward when we were heading in that direction. So beyond the locker room talk, I think this is an important piece based off of the community advice that you got to kind of lead us in a direction with grass or turf. That's up for discussion tonight.
I got a question. I know I've asked this, and I don't think we're asking the right people, but I need to know if we're gonna fix the crown and it's gonna be $100,000 for the dirt work. How much of that money would we be throwing away if we decided to go to turf later?
Okay.
So would it be, hey, you guys did really good leveling this out, for $10,000 we can prep it for turf, or is it gonna be, we gotta spend another 100,000 on it to prep it for turf,
Right,
so
yeah, and
that's,
I think part of the concern there is the sprinkler system.
yes, yeah, I get that.
So if we start tearing into that crown and then then we're trying to keep a grass field for a small while while
Right,
turf or
right.
whatever, then why would we spend money on this when we're eventually gonna go there? So I think that's more the concern than anything.
Is there a way, because I totally get what you're saying, is there a way to just not mess with the crown right now, just work on the grass itself, just to better?
Yeah, we've been doing
The
that.
grass
I mean,
looks really good, I think.
Yeah, it looks really good at
But I
graduation.
mean
I know the
throughout the
guys
year,
have been,
because anyway, it didn't get the care that it needed the last couple of years. If we could work on that at least until we know, and not worry about the crown right now. I'm not saying that it's not trouble, but, well, it's not really trouble right now as far as playing football, but to avoid spending the X amount of dollars to work on the crown and blah, 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 blah. Until we decide, if we decide on turf, that's down the road a ways, and we still need to take care of what we have, so.
Agreed.
Is it possible to put off the crown situation and just work on making the grass as good as we can?
yeah, that's
As
what
good as it has been?
that's what we're doing currently. And I know that what you're saying is you'd like to see that process continue. And we absolutely expect to continue to do that, so.
But you do agree it hasn't been taken care of the
I
last?
think it needed some upgrades in the past, yes.
Yeah, okay,
But I appreciate the hard work
To
you guys have
avoid,
been
yeah.
doing
just to avoid
to keep it up.
spending a big
And
amount.
they fixed a bunch of sprinklers, didn't they, that they said?
Yeah, and they added some sprinklers closer to the fence to get the sidelines as well. But yeah, one thing that would need to be made is just visiting with the football coaches and stuff, that crown definitely needs to be addressed. And so that's what we would like to have some kind of guidance of moving forward by the time football season ends next year. Because that is talk of the league and talk of the football coaches is how bad that crown is.
Didn't majority of the people on the survey want to keep it grass?
Yes, that's what the survey said. You guys have kind of had a variety, and then you had somebody like Mr. Wilmer come in and tell you the opposite.
Oh, yeah.
So it's.
So that's kind of where I'm leaning. I mean,
I'm for grass.
we're talking we had a guy stand in front of us that spent more time on the field than probably everybody in this room combined. And I just can't look the other way on when he says that we should be looking at turf. I just think that, no.
It's easier on refs, he said.
Huh?
He said it's easier on refs was his big point.
Yeah, and that could be the pendulum effect too. I mean, today they may be saying turf's great, and tomorrow they may be saying grass is great. But I mean, when you got a guy that's in the biz, I mean, he's refed at the NFL, and he said it right here and said, yeah, the NFL is going back to turf, but they've also got groundskeeping crews. Yeah, sorry, yeah, I misspoke. But they've also got groundskeeping crews that are larger than our entire staff. So, I mean, that just is a totally different perspective, so.
We took care of the grass before Steve Gill and Roger Stahlbaumer. I mean, I know they did an amazing job. Give them back, take them back in a heartbeat, but even before them, we took care of it nicely.
I think taking care of the grass and the scrutiny that Mr. Wilmuth was talking about is two different things. I mean, he was talking about, doing like hardness checks at different parts of the field to make sure that it's, and then watering those areas or not watering those areas in order to make sure that it's safe to be on. I think the scrutiny on those fields has just been raised. And same way with turf. So I don't know if there's a right or wrong, but we need some direction as far as moving forward, so.
Well, that's why we did the survey.
Agreed. My thought on that is, we did the survey to gather information, get a little direction. That doesn't mean that I'm gonna blindly follow a survey. If so, I don't need to be on the board. Let's just send a survey out on everything that we're asking. So we're here to make decisions, and I think that's what we need to do.
Another concern I would have is will we cop up $20,000 every however many years you're supposed to redo it?
You'd have to, for sure.
But you're acting like the grass field is maintenance free, no dollars.
No, I'm not, but I mean, you don't have to tear it up and replace it every year, you take care of it.
And maybe this is too early, you know.
I can bring back.
Maybe we don't need this on, you know, Tom had a good point, maybe we need to figure out kind of middle ground, dollars and cents that we could put towards it, and then see if that's gonna be sunk dollars or not. But I think we need to come up with a direction of travel here.
I'd like to see a cost analysis of how much water we put on that field to keep maintain the way it's looking, and it's looking really good.
It's a lot.
Versus if you take that, whatever the life of the turf is it 10 years, is it 20? I think they said 20 years, right?
I don't know.
I believe that's what I heard in one of the meetings. But take the water that we put on that times 20, you know, that's a substantial amount of money.
Are we using well water?
Yes, there's a well down there, I know we're not using it now.
No,
If
But there is
the
a well
well's
there.
dry, then
it's not been used for
hasn't been
a
used.
long time.
I just knew
Mike's
there was a
looking
well,
into it,
but I didn't know.
But currently, no, it's just city water.
City water.
And I'd be interested, because I'm sure they're fertilizing
Yes. Yep.
and all that, that's gonna be, and that's not cheap anymore. Grass seeding.
I really personally don't care either way, I just wanna make sure that the field looks good, really good, until we do whatever. I don't want it to look like it did this year while we're waiting for turf. I mean, I don't have one way or the other. I just wanna make sure that we have the best we can have until we have what we want. That's my 2 cents.
I think we all want the field to look good, I mean, I want it to be safe, and if that's a turf field or if that's a grass field, then so be it. It's, yeah. Maybe bring us some more information.
Yep.
See if we can find some middle ground.
Yep.
If we can put some dollars into dealing with the Crown to address the issue that Kelly brought forth, that the coaches have and the league has, and make sure that's just not gonna be lost money. And maybe we stay with the grass field and just deal with the Crown. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know.
I think I'm afraid we're almost gonna have to put this out for bids, just to get people to show up and
Right.
quote what it would take to fix the crown.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Administrative reports. Both of you.
So it's been a good year. I feel like we've grown. And we had Cammie Richenberger. I was wrong. She did complete and graduate on the 12th of May from Cali. And then we had 2 of our students complete degree certificates. One who works out at Dr. Hershey's place, and another in, I believe, in non-destructive testing. So that is good information. And we have another student that plans to have hers finished when she graduates this year. So she's aligning that to be done with her associates and her high school diploma at the same time. That would begin our BLT work and developing professional development for the whole year. I'll work with Dr. Kern on that as well. And looking at developing that site council this year, getting that set in place so that we have that, those meetings as well to guide our direction in high school. So.
Okay. So we tried moving board member comments up, doesn't play real great tonight since we only have one administrator. Yeah. The idea was so that this gave the board the opportunity to address the administrators before we go to executive sessions, and then it's a vacant room when we come back and we don't get the a chance to have those comments. So if you like it, don't like it, blame me, and we can adjust from there. So anyway, board member comments. Pat, you want to kick us off?
Sure. We talked last month about a lot of the students can fail core classes at the middle school. And I just wonder, are we going to work on that, work on solution, work on a plan to have consequences if we do flunk core classes constantly? Or are we just gonna let students keep flunking and moving on and flunking and moving on? I think we need to talk about that. And then the middle school kitchen, I was wondering if there's any talk or concerns about really digging into there this summer. And I'd like to say just gutting it this summer and starting over, but I know that's a budget item, but I just really getting in there and, cause I think it's the original one, it's, probably the oldest one we have ever, that we have. It's always got problems. This year was worse than most problems, but I just think it's something we need to look at. If there's some way this summer to
Do a deep clean.
yeah, even if it's not, even if it's not us, if we just go to an outside crew and
Yeah,
take care of that.
we already had a
Yeah, we had
professional
that
clean.
one time, we've done it.
I mean, are we checking the walls, or are we checking they were coming out of the walls and, I don't know. I just want to stay on top of that because it got really, really bad. And I don't think a lot of parents knew about it until actually recently.
What kitchen floor are they painting?
That one.
Okay.
Yeah,
They're-
because
they're
when they,
painting
when
the
they
floor.
did do the deep clean, some of the paint chipped up and.
That's my major concerns right now, taking care of. Having more discussion before about kids that fail classes.
I wanna know what they're doing good at Washington, because you look at the scores, Washington had all those green lights and all the other schools had lots of red lights. And so we need to figure out what Washington's doing right and get it going everywhere.
I don't really have anything, just wanna thank everybody that helped set up graduation. It was a really good ceremony this year. Audrey did a great job announcing. It was just a really good ceremony, and thanks to everybody that helped set it up.
Definitely.
I have a question about Zello. It's, I'll ask them. It says it explores learning styles. So what do the teachers do with these learning styles? Because not everyone is computer. It's auditory, it's tactile, it's visual. Well, if these kids are taking these quizzes and it's telling them how they learn best, why are we only having computers as an option? If these kids need workbooks, if they do better with paper and pencil or just hearing it, well, what do we do? What are we doing with Zello if it's so great? How are we making it work for our students?
I do think I didn't quite understand it. Mr. Myers, maybe somebody can explain, he did talk about having the teachers more this year use pencil, paper, and a combination.
Yeah,
That
because
would
we
be
bought
one
all
way.
those workbooks.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
what I'm saying is we're
Oh, I
using
know
the
what you're saying,
Zello.
exactly, but I do like that he,
Yes.
he did listen to that concern last time, and we would like some more.
And I think that Zello also is trying to find out, would you prefer careers that are hands-on, or would you prefer careers that are using technology or writing? That's kind of one of the places that's going with that.
Which brings it, I don't even. Okay.
Oh, I don't feel like that answered my question at all,
But
because
it brings up, like you just said, last month Renee Case said it was a great conversation that day with a student who was going one way and Zella was telling her to go another, but because they had the time during CrewCon to talk about it, they kind of came to a good understanding, and she helped this little girl, student understand more, and we won't have time to do that.
I just wanna know how we're utilizing this program to benefit our students, If it says that our students learn best, tactile and auditory, and we're not giving them that, then let's, I just wanna give our students, especially if it's, the quiz is right here saying, oh yeah, this is how you learn best, and then, okay, well, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna do it only this way, cause I don't wanna grade papers or whatever. So I just wanna make sure that my son has to use this program and he doesn't like it because it tells him he needs to be a circus entertainer. So I'm gonna question why my son has to use it because it's not benefiting him. It's just a babysitter. And that's how I feel about it. And I know I'm not the only one. So if my son has to sit here and use it, tell me what it's gonna do for him and all these other kids. That's what I wanna know. And I think I'm just wanting to know why my son has to sit here and do this so many times a week for so long. And if he learns, I don't know his learning style. I mean, I haven't gone on Zello and dug around. I can, I'm sure that'd be great for you guys for me to dig around for that, but because especially if it says it's paper and pencil, and I haven't seen him with a paper and pencil in a year. So I don't know if we really wanna know what my son's learning style is, but I just,
I agree.
we're paying money for these programs, so what are they doing for our kids?
So my answer to you is that we're headed down the world of Planet study. We're not good at it yet. We are heading in that direction. We have that is something that has been used at the high school, that we started using at the middle school, to try to get more information. Our teachers are learning how to use it, working on it, and you and I have talked about that a little bit in the past. And so we're not gonna claim that they're, rock stars at it yet, but they are definitely trying. Learning styles is a, age-old education study on trying to understand each of us and how we all learn. And so I think as much of that information as we can have, the better, to help differentiate instruction in the classroom, to try to fit each student's needs. I mean, differentiating is a very common practice amongst education. It's expected at this point to try to make that happen. Mr. Meyer has admitted that he looked at his building, and he was even uncomfortable with the number of paper pencil versus electronic that was going on, and so he's gonna try to make that better for next year. So those are, that's kind of the work in progress is the base, basically the thought process that comes to mind for me on that, is getting information to make that happen. So.
But I feel like we're picking up these programs and we're using them as a work in progress with our students. Like, our students are having to wait because it's a work in progress. So how is it benefiting our students when they're having to wait on the teacher?
But everything's a work in progress. You put a new curriculum into place, and a teacher has to get good at teaching that curriculum over years. They get better and better as they go.
Yeah, but we have teachers with the mindset of, I don't want to teach the same curriculum more than 3 years in a row. So they never master that curriculum because they're moving on to another grade because they're bored.
Or we're moving them.
So I just feel like, it's my job to sit here and ask these questions.
Sure.
How is this program benefiting these students?
Yeah, and you should. And so I
And
feel
a
like,
work in progress is, I don't feel like is an individual plan of study. We adopted this years and years ago.
Yeah.
So I just feel like saying it's a work in progress is very unfair to our students because we keep switching it up.
that is a fair statement. I think that we have gone down the road of plan of study in the past, and it has fallen off with certain administration and then come back, and we've tried to pick it up, especially recently. It is going to be directly tied to accreditation, And so we need to head in that direction. Now, how our district chooses to do that is on us. And so if we have these conversations and Zello ends up not being a part of that, because the way we do our plan of study, then that's an okay conversation to have, which is what I think you're bringing up. So it's not a matter of, whether we don't do it, it's a matter of how we do it. And so I feel like we haven't had it in the middle school, until this year as far as Zello work. And so I think that we saw some areas that we can definitely improve. The district will always be a work in progress, always. Every organization on the planet is. And so
But not every organization has customers that are children. And our children deserve us to have the best, be ready, I wanna be I'm work in progress, absolutely, but I'm willing to go do the hard work. Is everyone willing to go do the hard work for our students?
Plans of study aren't new, and learning styles are not new. Education just puts buzzwords on everything, A class can take their class and work in groups so that each group is using their learning style, not the whole time, not the whole day, but for a period of it, and kids know how they learn best, and if you watch them long enough, you kind of figure it out, but education's just buzzword, to say we haven't had plans of study in elementary school, we have. They weren't called that, we didn't sit down with a team, to figure it out. We became teachers, and you learned that. It's just like these other things that we're doing, project-based learning. Project-based learning's been around for 100 years, but we wanna call it that, and we're new at it, but we're not. We let teachers be teachers. We're gonna do a darn good job. But and part of it is accreditation, I agree. We have to give everything a name, and we have to buy into it, we have to follow it. But maybe it's time that Wellington doesn't follow it. Maybe we,
But then what happens?
I probably, and I know it was the old guy, whatever, the person didn't have to take state tests.
And I get what you guys are saying, but it's any job you do, you're not gonna be great at it at first, it takes time to build that, and it is our kids at risk, but we're not the only ones doing this. I mean, I spoke to a lot of the teachers at the middle school and they like it, but are they good at it? Probably not. Who's good at their first year around trying things? I mean,
I still don't understand it myself. That's all it is, but
with me not having a child in middle school, I'm not seeing what you're seeing out of it is this thing. And I am interesting that you go to their page and they have French and English as the two options for language. That's the only two they have, so must be a French company behind it.
So Deanna, I understand what you're saying, I understand your concerns, I understand everything that I understand. I'm just trying to answer it best I can and in the way I see it currently. So, but it is the head towards plan of study and accreditation is a thing. That's not going away. That's a state thing. And I would be doing this district a massive disservice to not follow what the state has out there for us, because
what does the state call a plan of study? According to the state, what is a plan of study?
Plan of study.
But what is a plan of study, according to the state?
Okay, it is a look at where a child's, all this stuff, where a child is at, where they wanna go. Give them ideas, what classes they would be able to take in the future, to help them towards whatever they're interested in. So it is just trying to provide direction for a child, but it should be malleable and be able to be changed along the way, because as all of us probably in our lives had those moments of change where we decided we wanted to do something different, and that's perfectly okay, and that should be part of the process. I would disagree with anything that does not have that in it, because you have amazing people that even later in life decided to do different things and did great things with it, so that's part of being a human. So it as long as it's a malleable process, then to me, it's worthy heading towards. But it is an expectation from the state, it is part of accreditation, and so we need to decide as a district how that looks for us. And maybe in the future, Zella is not that. Maybe that's not part of our plan of study process.
You have to have a program?
I think we just have to have a process in place. I think Zella is recommended to try to help with the
But
process.
you
Jen,
don't
am I
necessarily
saying
have
that
to
correct?
have, you don't necessarily have to have a program. You could have a team together and you could be humans.
Sure. Yeah.
Anything else? I guess my only comment would be, great group of candidates that filed, glad to see that. So we'll move towards the next election, and keep in mind, there's another election 2 years down the road. So,
Which one are you talking
I don't have anything.
Jason, I'm gonna piggyback on yours. I think the board made a good decision by going to an at-large. So we have 12 candidates out there, nobody's running unopposed. You have really good candidates, some are in the audience tonight. Glad to see that, and I wish all of them the best of luck.
good comments. Okay, moving on to executive session.
Okay, so I would make a motion that we go to an executive session for 15 minutes to discuss negotiations with Adam Hatfield and his team, and a meeting to resume at 8:30.
Second.
Got a motion and a second, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed, same? Okay, we are back in open session and we have another executive session.
I would make a motion that we go to executive session to discuss non-elected personnel for 45 minutes, to include Adam Hatfield and his team, meeting to resume at 9:02.
Got a motion?
Second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same.
What'd you do, Brent?
You said 45 minutes?
I said
Well,
45.
She padded 2 minutes.
Oh,
He padded for a break.
We got
Said
2 minutes to
That's
make it
only
down
30,
to 2 minutes.
that's only 30.
She said 9:02.
I did
Yeah,
say
9:02.
9:02.
Okay.
Okay.
Go back in open session, right?
Yes.
Yes, we are. And
Okay, and I would make a motion that we go into executive session to discuss non-elected personnel to include Adam Hatfield only, for 40 minutes, meeting to resume at 9:42.
Second.
motion, got a second, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. I know, grab a bowl.
not
Normally I'm in my jammies
I
just
see.
watching.
Now we're back in session.
We're back in open session and
I would make a motion that we go to an executive session to discuss non-elected personnel to include just the board and Adam on call for 25 minutes. And what time are we going to resume at? 10:02. 10:07. 10:07. We're going to resume at 10:07.
I second.
got a motion and a second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, say.
I know, I'm so hungry. I ate half my dinner for how long? How much?
25 minutes.
No more, guys. This
When
is
I first started on the board, we did it like 1 o'clock. Okay, we're back in open session.
And I would make a motion that we return to executive session to discuss non-elected personnel for 20 minutes, right, 20?
We're gonna try.
To include Adam and the board. So meeting to resume at, I don't know the time.
As necessary?
or Adam?
Adam as necessary, on call. Meeting to resume at 10:27.
A second.
I think the rest.
Okay, got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. We're back in open session, correct?
Yes.
So, moving on to the consent agenda. We're gonna need to make a addition to it based on discussions.
So that we approve admin salary recommendations
As presented.
as presented.
Do you make a motion?
Do I have to make a
Yeah, make a
motion?
motion, please.
I make a motion to add to the consent agenda admin salary recommendations.
Got a motion?
I'll second.
Got a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say same.
Do you add the superintendent's contract or no?
Yeah, it's all of it.
Yeah.
It's the admin salary and recommendations.
Okay, but it didn't say that. You just said salary recommendations.
Admin.
We need clarification on it, so. everybody
Did I
knows.
say
I'll
admin?
probably just say admin contracts as presented.
Yeah, you said
Admin
admin salary
contracts as
recommendations.
Okay.
So is everybody comfortable with what we're voting on? Admin contracts? Okay. So let's go ahead and make another vote on that, so just everybody's comfortable with that. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same. Okay. Just didn't want any misunderstanding there. Okay, Russ, you're up.
Okay, consent agenda. Approve the minutes of the May 8th meeting. Approve payroll and bills. Payroll, $1,291,754.75. Bills, $353,124.77. Transfers. Approve all budgetary transfers to end fiscal year according to state budget guidelines. Personnel. Approve new hires. Jody MacArthur, counselor, Lincoln. Melody Reinhardt, head cheer coach, high school. Chase L. Martin, physical education, high school, and assistant football coach, high school. Kathy Gann, math teacher, high school. Samantha Rojas, third grade teacher, Lincoln. Christine Ray, fifth grade teacher, Kennedy. Catherine Cranmer, fax teacher at the middle school. McKenna Jones, para, Washington. Alicia Rusk, first grade teacher at Lincoln. Connor Burnett, second grade teacher, Eisenhower. Tammy Bradbury, social worker, Eisenhower. Marcy Coleman, para at Kennedy. Summer Shawn, resource room para at Lincoln. Madison Froman, functional room para at Lincoln. Cassandra Heinerman, school nurse for the district. Leslie Waldschmidt, school resource officer, district. Nathan Nuss, para at the middle school. And Brandon Lambert, assistant athletic director for the district. And approve resignations, retirements. Joy Trillo, para at Lincoln. Micah Rodriguez, para at the middle school. Lisa Stallcup, para at Washington. Christine Cox, math teacher at the high school. Mariah Langford, aide at Lincoln. Cindy Becker, math teacher, high school. Victoria Thompson, science and ag at the high school. Heather Walcher, classified student support for the district. Julie Arabalo, para at the middle school. Brianna Brown, para at Kennedy. Kimberly Lefevre, para at Kennedy. Bridget DeJarnett, 7th grade ELA at the middle school. Dexter Davis, special education, middle school. Angela Garlock, social worker at Kennedy. Brittany Vandestein, para at Lincoln. Mary Claus, first grade teacher at Lincoln. Zarin Warnock, para at Lincoln. Tim Lira, senior custodian at Lincoln. Olivia Farley, para at Washington. Jenny Lira, para at Lincoln. Reagan Raschke, para at Kennedy. Rebecca Heyer, 5th grade teacher, Eisenhower. Nicole McGovern, secretary at the middle school. Alicia Bringer, middle school teacher at the middle school. Jessica Nevsger, para at Eisenhower. And approve the transfers position changes. Brianna Young, Eisenhower second grade teacher to Title I teacher at Lincoln. Nick Wellington, Kennedy fifth grade teacher to agriculture teacher at the middle school. Ashley Ewing, para to fifth grade teacher at Eisenhower. Elizabeth Rebold, seventh grade para to low incidence para at the middle school. And finally, approve the LG HVAC donation from Fort Scott, USD 234.
I make a motion
Then
to,
there'd be the addition.
Yeah, then.
And the addition, the approve the admin salary recommendation. Thank you.
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda plus the addition agenda
Contracts?
with contracts.
Got a motion?
I'll second it.
Everybody's aware of the HVAC donation, right? Adam doesn't need to explain it. Okay,
No.
good deal. Okay, so we got a motion and a second on the floor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same.
Aye.
Okay. And since we moved the correspondence to the top, we are adjourned. Thanks for putting in the time.
Yeah, thanks for the long night, sorry about that.